Good evening. I'm calling this special meeting to order. The time is approximately 5:30 p.m. in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. This meeting is officially open with a quorum present. Before we move to recognitions, I would like to take this opportunity to offer condolences to Northwest Independent School District and the family of Dr. David Hicks. Each of you are in our thoughts and prayers. Can we take a moment and have a moment of silence for Dr. David Hicks? Thank you all. Next, we will have recognitions, and I will turn it over to Ms. Garibay. We will hear about bus drivers and safety officers and Hispanic Heritage Month. Ms. Garibay?
President Jackson, trustees, and Ms. Molinar, on the morning of August 16th, the Fort Worth ISD was notified of a rollover accident involving a district school bus. Reports indicated that due to the unsafe lane change of another vehicle, the Fort Worth ISD bus driver swerved to avoid an incident, causing the bus to land on its side. The 3 students and 2 adults on board the bus suffered no injuries. Parents were immediately notified, and students were in class the same day. The incident could have ended differently if not for the swift and evasive action of the bus driver, who kept the incident from escalating, and the immediate response by the bus attendant, who helped keep students calm. Tonight, we would like to recognize such courageous efforts. Please help us recognize Fort Worth ISD bus driver Ms. Ruth Adawarren and bus attendant Ms. Denise Butler, who were not able to be here today. But let's give them a round of applause, please. Ms. Adawarren has been with the district for 3 years, and Ms. Butler has been with the district for 26 years. Also tonight with us is Transportation Executive Director Bill Ray. Please stand to be recognized, sir. In addition, the district would also like to recognize the 3 safety officers who responded to the incident. Officers, please stand to be recognized as we call your name.
Mr. Cedric Dixon, a U.S. Army veteran, O.D. Wyatt High School graduate, and current Fort Worth ISD parent who has been with Fort Worth ISD since 2019. Mr. David Arredondo is a retired federal officer going into his 3rd year with the Fort Worth ISD Safety and Security Department, and whose daughter is a teacher at William James Middle School. And Mr. Emmett E. Moffitt, Sr., a graduate of Amon Carter Riverside High School, senior pastor at Love Fellowship Christian Center in Fort Worth, and with Fort Worth ISD for 11 years as campus monitor and safety officer. Please again join us in recognizing these gentlemen for their bravery and professionalism. We would also like to recognize Fort Worth ISD Safety and Security Executive Director, Mr. Daniel Garcia, and Law Enforcement Director, Ms. Sid C.C. Meadows. Please stand to be recognized.
And continuing with recognitions, although National Hispanic Heritage Month does not begin until 2 days from now, we at Fort Worth ISD are excited to begin the celebration. Estamos listos para iniciar la celebración del Mes Nacional de la Herencia Hispana. As you arrived today, you were delighted with a performance by the Northside High School Mariachi Espuelas de Plata, led by award-winning director Mr. Ramon Nino and directors Wendy Martinez and John Olmos. What a great way to kick off the celebration, don't you think? Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to recognize the Northside High School Mariachi Espuelas de Plata for recently being selected as the 2023 Texas Music Educators Association Invited Mariachi Ensemble. What a great honor. The ensemble will perform at the annual Texas Music Educators Association Convention in February 2023 in San Antonio. This is the first time the invited mariachi is not from a South Texas high school. We have no doubt Escuelas de Plata will represent North Texas and Fort Worth ISD at the highest level possible. Please stand up to be recognized. Escuelas, you may have a seat. Escuelas de Plata is one of 5 Fort Worth ISD high school mariachi groups. Other mariachi groups include Carter, Riverside, Northside, Pascal, Polytechnic, and South Hills. In addition, the district has 4 middle school mariachi groups at J.P. Elder, Meacham, Riverside, and Rosemont. They are all part of the district visual and performing arts program led by the executive director, Christina Avila. If you could please stand to be recognized, Ms. Avila. The Fort Worth ISD will join the nation in celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th to October 15th. National Hispanic Heritage Month celebrates the history, culture, and contributions of Hispanic American descendants from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. Es el mes en que celebramos nuestra historia, cultura, y contribuciones. The Fort Worth ISD proudly supports a 68% Latino student population. We join the celebration as campuses across the district will soon begin promoting their pride with a variety of planned events commemorating National Hispanic Heritage Month. And this is only the beginning. We invite you to join us for the September 27th board meeting, where the Carter Riverside Mariachi will perform as part of our continued National Hispanic Heritage Month celebration. Also, don't forget to visit the district website and social media pages for more information and photos of National Hispanic Heritage Month events throughout the Fort Worth ISD. This concludes our recognitions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garibay. And to Northside High School, let's give them one more round of applause. I'd just like to mention, Ms. Garibay, that William James started a mariachi club last year, and it is now a class. So Polly and William James are moving on up, but you guys have nothing to worry about. Dr. Rodriguez, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, please. Thank you. And when I walked into the building, I heard this beautiful music that took me back to my childhood and my father. So I went immediately to the lobby and heard this beautiful music. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Nino, Ms. Martinez, and Mr. Olmos for your years of service to the Fort Worth ISD. Y'all have always put your heart and soul to the teaching of our students the music of our ancestors. The Northside Mariachi Escuela de Plata have always exemplified excellence. Thank you all for providing so much pride for the Northside and the Fort Worth ISD.
Dr. Rodriguez, thank you for the heartfelt comments. And I want to ask at this time if we could take a 3-minute recess, and let's take some pictures with you all and then let you get home because besides music, you have math. But music is math. We'll take a 3-minute recess. Okay, next is our legislative agenda workshop, and I'm going to turn it over to Interim Superintendent Karen Molinar.
Thank you, President Jackson. Mr. Hall, would you please join us? We have your presentation ready. Mr. Hall will be presenting. We want to remind everyone we're having a legislative year that we're kicking off, and we want to make sure Fort Worth ISD is part of the legislative session, as well as make sure our trustees and our stakeholders help us identify and to bring forward our priorities to support our students and, of course, our district. So, Mr. Hall, we're going to let you begin, and thank you for joining us this evening.
You can tell I never really attend local board meetings, so this is a unique one for me. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here on behalf of the private sector community, North Texas Commission, local chambers, and our local industry partners that are all invested in and interested in collaborating and being of supportive partnership during the Texas legislative session. Particularly an interesting privilege for me as a Fort Worth ISD alum to get to walk through a couple of suggestions on approaching that process, especially if it's been a little while. And so today's presentation will be very 30,000-foot view, just some suggestions and best practices on adopting legislative priorities. Some ways in order to make sure you're finding alignment and definitely from our perspective, finding common ground with stakeholders and importantly, broadly engaging the community in that process. Next slide. The first question that that's sometimes often asked is why have a legislative agenda? Counties, school boards, commissioners' courts, as bodies of elected officials, often adopt these. A legislative agenda will help guide and help you navigate your priorities during the legislative session. I also direct this to the audience behind me. The Texas legislative session is kind of an interesting place. It is where 2 years of work are done in 5 months. We have a part-time Texas legislature. It presides over the 9th largest economy on the planet. Its smallest constituency is still twice the size of that of a British member of parliament. It's a lot, and it's a lot to do in a little bit of time. And so being able to help navigate that space and that crunched time period of lawmaking and still being able to effectively partner and collaborate with your full legislative delegation, and certainly Fort Worth ISD is blessed with a fairly large legislative delegation under the new maps, 6 state representatives and 2 state senators. This will allow you to approach that collaboration in a more organized fashion. That is why very often local governments do work with their constituencies to adopt priorities. Your organization and focus during the legislative session will be improved. The landscape of navigating the Texas Capitol with your legislative partners can be pretty chaotic. It gets more chaotic the closer to the last day of session, which is called sine die, literally Latin for no more days ahead, approaches. And this is going to allow you to really keep the collaboration tight and communicate well. It's also going to allow you to find strategic alignment. Whether you're a chamber of commerce, like many of our partners, or a school district, or a local advocacy group, or a parents group, or a PTA adopting policy positions, it's helpful for other folks to see those positions so you can see where there may be common alignment, particularly on a lot of the kitchen table challenges that you'll face during the Texas legislative session. And then importantly, your legislative delegation is going to understand where your priorities are, and that better equips them to work with you through what can be a very hectic process. Next slide. I'm going to share just a couple of practices that are often done. This should be and must be a community-driven project, a community-driven approach. One way that you can approach it is focusing down and adopting a legislative committee. That tends to be an approach that helps provide bandwidth to do a couple of things. One, identify key policy issues. Two, begin robust engagement with your community stakeholders and community partners, including everyone who's whether they're present here tonight or maybe couldn't make it tonight. Okay. It also allows for a really strong division of labor. So you can start small but grow, but know that the charges for that committee should be to very often to identify key issues, identify and reach out to community partners, whether they're here today or maybe couldn't make it here today in the broader audience. The more you make it a community-centric approach, the better. And also, lastly, remember, if you adopt a agenda, the best practice is what you adopt should be unanimous. It needs to be your full team. Why? Thinking from the lens of a former legislative staffer, it's helpful to understand the issues upon which the full board has consent and agrees. That also probably helps guarantee that a broad swath of your local communities and constituency have been engaged. Next slide. So, go ahead and you move next slide. That was a placeholder. So a couple of goals. You've got a couple of key goals here. One is to advance your priorities in the Texas Capitol throughout the legislative session, whether it's you've identified a specific funding priority, or there's a priority for your local parents, groups, and stakeholders, or there's just any particular priority or concern you may have. But bear in mind, you can't walk into the State House or Senate to vote for a bill yourself. Only your elected legislator can do that. And that's why those relationships with all 6 of your incoming state legislators in the House and both in the Senate are incredibly critical. So building a strong legislative strategy requires 2 key things: research and collaboration with your whole legislative delegation. Next. Let's talk about finding your issues. This is a fun exercise. It's also one where community engagement and partnerships can be really fun. Again, I come to this from a private sector Chamber of Commerce lens, of course, where we get to reach out to our chamber, where we get to reach out to chamber members and North Texas Commission members. For y'all, it's a little bit different, but similar principle, right? You know, one, for you yourself, identifying major problems. And if the fix is at the state legislative level, right? If it's something that requires local passage by you or as a federal fix, it's probably something that's not meant for your state legislative agenda. What are the causes of inaction if you don't act? Not just to the district or administration, but to students, to parents, to educators, and of course to the community and taxpayers that form the Fort Worth ISD constituency. Is there research or statistics that may support a particular instrument or proposal that could address it? Are there other stakeholders that are concerned about that same issue? And this is a pretty useful one, especially here in Fort Worth, where collaboration and engagement can be so critical. Are there other institutions or stakeholders that have adopted or identified the same policy issue? You know, think about some of the stakeholders that will be adopting legislative agendas. Our county commissioner's court, our city hall, very likely. Our chamber will know certainly. The Metroplex-wide Chamber of Commerce, the North Texas Commission, definitely. In fact, I think they already, correct me if I'm wrong, I do think they already have their draft out and published pending their board vote. So finding and identifying those issues where there already is probably some alignment or other stakeholders or institutions within the community have found an interest may be a really great place to start. Next slide. Here's a couple of examples from the business community and Chamber of Commerce. Over on the left side, you have the public education priorities for the Fort Worth Chamber of Commerce last legislative session, made in some really nice short paragraphs. I bifurcated between items they support and items they have concern. And then on the right, you can see, yes, the North Texas Commission with their 88th session legislative priorities for K-12. nicely divided between support and issues of concern as well. Next slide. So, and we spoke on this a little bit briefly, so I'll gloss over this one particularly, but what is the solution, and is there a state legislative remedy for it? If there is not a state legislative remedy, but it's something that is resolved by interlocal agreement or local government instruments, probably not something to put on your legislative priorities. As well as it's something that requires a federal fix. That would be a different legislative agenda. The main reason for that, and I'll say as a former state Senate committee clerk for a West Texas state senator, if you send a legislative agenda to legislators that has issues that are from a different branch of government, it clogs the drain and just makes it very confusing at times. It makes it difficult for your current delegation to elaborate on your priorities, as well as for legislators across the state to understand maybe what your real concern is. That's not to say you can't adopt priorities for local or federal levels, just maybe that's a different exercise. How will your solution address the problem? That's important. What policy instrument you pick could have a major impact one way or the other. Tonight's presentation, it's not my place to steer you one direction or another. I don't come here with a legislative agenda or policy instruments, but bear in mind the instruments that you collectively adopt or work with your community to identify can have, how they approach it can have impacts. It may be especially impactful to understand, I would say this, how they may impact rural communities, because that can be a particular regional divide that occurs in the Texas legislature. It's important to keep that context in mind. Is there a fiscal impact? I mean, that's kind of a little bit behind everything that happens here in Fort Worth ISD as well, and certainly at local levels of government. The Texas legislature is no different. We have a lean state budget. This coming year, there will be a fiscal surplus, but that's not guaranteed in coming years. The legislature has a really strong mandate to be fiscally prudent with our taxpayer dollars. And so identifying if there's going to be a fiscal cost for your particular legislative proposal is going to be absolutely critical. Are there any available research or statistics that support your solution? Again, this is going to be important for determining if the instrument that you've decided to go with is going to actually get the job done. And importantly, if it is going to be something that can be an acceptable statewide remedy. Because something can be a local solution to Tarrant County or to our local community, but if you're going to file legislation as a statewide impact, you need to consider the full breadth of the state, from the Rio Grande to the Piney Woods. And are there other benefits that'll come because of that solution? Just think about what are maybe some of the other positive benefits if you're going to adopt a particular legislative instrument. All right. You need to be deeply informed. However you approach, should you adopt a formal agenda, however you approach sharing that agenda with your legislative delegation, everyone that is part of that process needs to be keenly informed on those solutions and able to explain why they matter. I love sharing the second bullet point. Legislators and their staff, it's kind of like drinking from a fire hose, right? So legislators have full-time jobs at the state legislative level. They are paid a small stipend during session, but are essentially unpaid. And the average legislator in the state house, if they're not a committee, chair, only has 2 full-time staff. Again, to balance hundreds of policy topics, thousands of bills, and the 9th largest economy in the history of the planet. It can get very overwhelming. So approach this as an opportunity to help them by triaging and identifying priorities and availing yourself and your broader community as resources to work with your delegation. Okay? You know, every legislator has the ability to help you. We're blessed in Tarrant County to have, again, for your district, to have a particularly large delegation for an individual school district, 6 state representatives and 2 state senators. So identifying common issues that are also a concern for those legislators, whether public education is their personal major policy priority or not, or finding kind of the cross-section where their interests align with yours, that will be very critical. Identify those common alignments and concerns in your delegation members. For example, if you have a member who's really interested in occupational licensing or business development, they're very likely going to also be a great partner on CTE priorities you may have in college and career military readiness. Knowing who is a subject matter expert in the legislature also matters. That's something you develop over time by building a relationship with legislators and their staff. I also make that as a recommendation to folks that are in the audience. Getting to know legislators and their staff is absolutely critical. Collaborating with your legislators, and pretty much everything I suggest here also is a suggestion for parents and stakeholders that may be in the audience with me. Crafting the right message can make a big difference during the legislative process. Let's say you've adopted common priorities that align with the Fort Worth Chamber, with your local business partners, with the East Fort Worth Business Association, with your other local stakeholders. Again, the legislative session is so fast and so intense that any one issue or other topic can dominate debate. And so it's important to keep communication and understanding of your issues clear and specific and as concise as possible. It's really not so much an issue of understanding as it is an issue of time. Economy of time really matters when you only have 140 days to pass law. Okay, next slide. So, an advocacy effort needs to speak with a single voice and navigate through all of the enormous amount of information that's constantly bombarding lawmakers and staff. It's a lot. And so if you're able to stay on message, if you're able to keep really good organized communication, and importantly, if you're informing your community back home you've worked with to develop priorities, then you're going to be much more effective. Next slide. So a major part of that communication is finding ways to be very concise and visual with your legislative priorities. I'm going to share just a couple of examples of local school boards that have adopted as a board of elected officials legislative priorities after engaging their community and stakeholder partners, and different ways that they approached it. I'll share a little bit of my personal analysis as someone who's a former committee clerk of the ones that would be more helpful to me if I were in that space. And each one of these kind of has something that's kind of helpful, but I definitely do have a favorite, and I'll definitely be honest about that one. A good example here is the 2019 legislative priorities for Plano ISD. You can see this is a pretty good example in that they have listed 1, 2, 3. They've listed 3 major priorities. That's great in that the legislators will often tell you, hey, I need to know your top 3. I need to know what are the top 3 items I can work with you on. They certainly probably have more, but they've gone out of their way to identify some critical components that matter for them, their community, and their taxpayers. What also helps is at the bottom, they've placed the names of their board and their full team of 8, frankly, on there. And I believe they just have a team of 8. They're not a team of 10. So this is a pretty useful one. The long-term priorities that are squeezed in the middle is kind of interesting. That's, if I'm honest, I would say the staffer in me would not have read those. I'm only going to focus on numbers 1, 2, and 3. For a lot, they're just more communicable, so something to keep in mind. Next one. Here are some visual representations Plano ISD did about some of their statistics. For example, some visual representations of how many schools they have, how many employees, how many students, how much they pay into how much they pay into recapture, or for the broader audience, Robinhood versus not, what their per pupil cost is, where their tax dollars go. Visuals can be helpful. I would say from the perspective of a legislative staffer or committee clerk, this is a lot. This is just a lot of, there's a lot of shapes going on here. Probably still fairly useful. I would maybe recommend if you develop a one-pager that's communicable, maybe sticking to something. Maybe picking one graphic or just a couple. Next slide. All right, this one is, bless you. Yes, ma'am. This is down the way from us in Fort Bend ISD. They're doing a couple of things here that are pretty good. Again, if you look in the top upper left, and folks in the audience, please watch this also. When talking with a legislator or staff or working with them, they've identified kind of 4 key priorities up in the top left, which is helpful. And I know folks in the back, you may not be able to tell those kind of 4 paragraphs in white there are their top priorities. They've picked kind of top issues for themselves, which is cool. Something I would suggest against is those are a lot of words. That's a lot of paragraphs. You're balancing for attention with pretty much all of the stakeholders that make up the Texan economy, right, in a legislative session. I would try to make this a little bit more bullet pointed. Something they do that I really like, though, is if you look in the upper right, they have solution-oriented responses to those issues. That's always extremely helpful. You know, everything, it shouldn't be negative, negative, negative. If you can be solutions-oriented, that's helpful from a chamber and private sector perspective. Next slide. Dr. Ryan, you will probably appreciate this one. My favorite is Aledo ISDs that they have. So they've not adopted, they haven't identified their top priorities, which I guess could probably be a little bit knock on this. They make up for it by, if you look at this, concise, bullet-pointed messaging on their issues. They've taken the time to take what are complex issues and put it into a layman's lexicon, which is also helpful for talking with parents, taxpayers, everybody who maybe doesn't live and breathe public education or school finance, which is 99% of all of us in Fort Worth. 0.9, probably 99.9, if we're honest. Another great thing that they do on here is they don't just list their board, they place their photos. That's helpful because if you are down doing a lobby day or visiting legislators or their staff, that's going to be helpful for staff to recognize you. It's helpful. It's just a really good touch. This is probably an exemplar example of being concise and strong in your communication. Next slide. Here's an example of one from Raise Your Hand, Texas. This one, again, bullet pointed and follows some similar as Aledo. Next slide. So there's a couple of things I just want to kind of, as we round about near the end of this presentation, it's extremely important to maintain communication with legislators in an organized fashion. So just remember when you're down there either visiting with, let's say you're visiting down there with PTA during their PTA day at the Capitol, or you take time to go visit your state legislators or senators independently, make sure that you're coordinating and keeping on a common message. It can often get a little confusing if you're, as a staffer, if you're hearing like slightly divergent things, or if the same ask is coming like 3 times. It's like, I said yes. Or I said, I'm sorry, we can't be with you this time. Oh, but you're gonna ask again. Just something to keep in mind. Next slide. Thinking forward, the legislative process can and must be a community process. Keep in mind that while the legislative session happens about 200 miles south of us, it's important to keep community partners updated with what's happening down there, particularly if you've adopted agendas. Some great examples of this that I might suggest, and of course all of these are suggestions based on, your team of 10 will work what works for you locally. These opportunities it can happen during session or after session. Take time to partner with your legislators. Some examples that other districts or chambers do is they partner with their legislators in their actual House districts and do district-specific legislative updates. That can be really helpful if you're thinking about maybe there's a specific policy issue that is really speaking to that constituency in the Benbrook area, or there's a really strong policy priority over in the Wyatt Pyramid that you really want to have an update with. Doing individual legislative updates can be helpful. It's also possible to do one with your delegation, although scheduling can be a little bit of a challenge, I would say. If you did one that's a full delegation, I would probably wait until at the end of session. These co-hosting opportunities are great because they build connectivity and they make the legislative process more approachable, transparent, and accessible for all the taxpayers that form your school district. Next slide. With that, those are just some very top-line suggestions as you consider going into this particular space. Again, as a stakeholder coming from being a chamber member in North Texas Commission, and certainly a product of Fort Worth ISD, it's a pleasure to get to present to you, and I'm happy to answer any questions as best as I can.
Thank you, Matthew. Trustee Evans?
Thank you so much, Mr. Hall, for this. This was extremely helpful. Going back to the beginning where you're talking about defining the issues and publishing a legislative agenda or posting it, when do you suggest timeline-wise, if session starts in January, when should we be shooting to let the Fort Worth community know what we're prioritizing for the agenda?
That's a great question. So, and I'm going to, just for resource for everyone present, staff and public, the legislative session convenes January 10th, which seems far away, and yet it's not, and moves on through Memorial Day for 140 days. Right now, you'll notice some districts, some districts, chambers, and local governments and bodies of elected officials like city councils, you'll find have already started working on theirs if they've done it before. Some are going through that area, that community engagement context right now. Some are, for example, chambers and business membership entities like the North Texas Commission are going through their process where their board membership will vote on it. Ideally, you want to be able to, they're twofold, engage your community as early as possible and find your consensus-oriented proposals. And I was going to say this, it's okay if your agenda is just if there's only like a couple of things that you think all of us uniformly can be comfortable with, that's fine. I've seen agendas range as far as 20 points to 1. Each of them is extremely helpful. Definitely after post-elect, I would try to probably have something by post-election day. 2 reasons. One, it's helpful for continuing community engagement for all interested parties present, because you want this to be transparent and a great civic engagement opportunity. And 2, that also guarantees that you have a chance to speak with your full legislative delegation. You will have new members coming in to your legislative delegation because vacancies and redistricting. So post-election ensures that you're also having the opportunity to speak to your new delegation partners, and you need to speak and work with everybody.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
Any other questions? Thank you so much. Thank you for preparing this for our board, and we look forward to working with you throughout the session and on and on. Thanks for everything that you do, and you make Fort Worth ISD very proud. We're proud that you're an alum.
Thank you, Trustee Jackson.
Ms. Molinar, any September 27th action items review?
Yes, thank you, President Jackson. We're bringing back just a practice for transparency that we did last month. We have some action items that we will be bringing forth on September the 27th. These items are not our only action items. However, these are items that are either new or maybe have a funding source or a funding dollar that we wanted to be transparent to our stakeholders as well as our trustees. Introduce them this evening, and if you have any additional questions or if you would like some additional information, that you ask us this evening so our staff can prepare the information and send it to you over the next 2 weeks. So we're going to get started. Our first one you'll see here is our approval of a renewal of our visitor management system. And this is one we discussed during our safety and security presentation that we did with our stakeholders back on August 9th, I believe it was, for a board workshop. This is our system called Raptor. And this is when we have our visitors come into the building and we ask them to check in, of course, with an ID, and we run it through our system. So this will be on an action item in general fund. It's also a renewal, and you'll see it's a little bit over $84,000. Our second item, you'll see approve the amendment contracts for high-impact tutoring services. As you recall, during our ESSER presentation couple weeks ago, we did discuss how we're doing high-impact tutoring at all grade levels, and this is through our ESSER funding. There were 6 campuses that we wanted to add to a contract we already have out. So you'll see we're adding those campuses listed there: Alice Carlson, Applied Learning Academy, Greenbrier, Tanglewood, Worth Heights, and YWLA, in the amount of a little over $175,000. Our next item is software license for our math intervention. The vendor is called Dreambox, and this is in alignment actually with our Map Growth math system. It takes our student data, and this is an additional supplement, and it's a complement to that math curriculum. It's also being utilized in our K through 5 grade levels, and it's through ESSER funding, by $854,000. Heavy equipment for district use. This is from our maintenance department. As you know, our maintenance department has a lot of responsibilities. One of the things that sometimes can cause us not to be able to address situation is having ownership of our own heavy equipment. You'll see listed there a hammer, a mulcher. You don't really think you'll hear this in a board meeting. A brush hog and our thumb 101, I'm not sure what that is, and another hammer. So you'll see those items there. It's a TRE and a little bit over $382,000 almost. Our next item you'll see is a renewal for the district enterprise resources. This is our Munis system that really controls all of our financials as well as our accounts payable. And this is a renewal, and you'll see that's close to $600,000, and it's district-wide. We need this to function for all of our business systems within the entire district. This is a ratification for contracts for our CIP bond election program. You'll see this back on our agenda from our last meeting. And this is just so we can get started on our design work for our 2021 CIP program. This is a closeout, and this is great news. This is for our new administration building. Our phase 1 package, we actually are ahead of schedule and under budget. You'll see that we're going to be asking for approval and action to move the amount that we save from the GMP 1 to GMP, or the CMP 2, in the amount of a little over $244,000. So I do want to repeat, ahead of schedule and under budget at this point. Here you're going to see a 2022-2023 traditional Intersession calendar. This is, we're going to be bringing forward to the board on the 27th and ask them to consider allowing our students to not attend school on Election Day, November 8th. And the reason for that is we have 32 campuses that we use for polling sites. And what we would like to do, due to our additional minutes in our school day for our students, just a reminder, our students we measure by minutes, where our teachers are by contract days. We are able to allow all of our campuses, except our early college high schools, because they're on a different schedule, the ability to not be on campus on November 8th, Election Day. That way, the polling sites are there. We're able to keep those campuses safe and secure and not allow any visitors to wander, throughout our building. And we just feel like for 32 sites, safety and security should always be at the forefront. What we will be doing is using that as a professional development day for our staff. And we will be taking all of our extra security, campus monitors and so forth to those campus polling sites on that day. And our staff would remain on campus for professional development, but our students would not be attending school that day. And if that is approved through action item, you'll see here an action item for a staff development waiver request. We are permitted through TA with the approval of a waiver to allow professional development days, and this would give us the ability to use November 8th as a professional development day within our district. And just to reiterate, our students would not be on campus that day. And President Jackson, that's all the action items for this evening.
Do we have any questions? Dr. Rodriguez?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Molinar. For that check-in, is it possible to have them check the temperature, or is that just too much to ask? That check-in on the number on the first slide you had?
For the Raptor? Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay.
If they could check the temperature on our visitors, just to, in case.
Like a COVID check?
Yeah.
We can, it doesn't have that ability to do that because it just scans the license and runs it through a background check. What we did do in the past for some of our COVID, we did a self-check, but we do not have that in place at this time.
Okay, I was just asking because
Okay.
some of those have that. And then we talked about the survey last time.
Yes,
or
we
just a
did, and we are
text
looking.
message, welcome to.
Yes, we love that
Okay.
idea, just as for our stakeholders, Dr. Rodriguez had brought to our attention about including possibly after someone visits our campus, sending out a survey, something out to maybe a cell number or email and say like, hey, how was your visit? And just a customer service response back. So we do have safety security working with Raptor to see if we can add that to our system.
Okay, and on the slide about the CIP and the list of.
The
approved-
architects, yes, ma'am.
The architects is, I emailed you and Dr. Coburn a few weeks ago. You acknowledged you received it. I don't know if Dr. Coburn received it or just ignored it because I don't know if he got it or not. But I was asking if it's possible to have a 35% MBE in the 2021 CIP. And I'd like a response
Yes,
or
ma'am.
what vendors are MBE, I mean, the architects, engineers, contractors.
Yes, ma'am. We'll meet with Dr. Rodriguez after.
I just have a quick question, and I may have missed it, but it would be nice to know renewable resource. Some of these are ESSER. If we plan to have continuity of care with these, it would be nice to know how we're going to find those funds. And if we're going to, we'll have to cut something else because ESSER won't be here. It's also a wonderful opportunity to talk about those things in ESSER that we have discovered because we had the funds to do so. So I just didn't see that there with length of action.
So, yeah, just for foreshadowing, some excitement coming in October at the board workshop, we're having what we call DM Group. They are a vendor that we have contracted with to do evaluation of our ESSER initiatives. They will be here to go through what we're doing as a team, our steps, what data we're collecting, what metrics to measure if the ESSER initiatives are being successful and are changing, of course, student achievement or impacting our facilities. So they'll be here on October workshop to go over that. And I think once you see that, we'll start adding that in, how we're measuring each of the initiatives and then action items that we bring to the board.
That's excellent. Thank you. And then I had a question about the MAP software. It's $854,500. Is that annual? Is that a one-time purchase and then a license that renews, or how does that work?
It is annual, and then we will measure the usage reports and be able to show if that priority is showing outcomes as well as aligned with our math.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Luebanos?
Thank you, President Jackson. The munis, is that also an annual fee of $517,000?
So that is an annual fee that is for this year, and the contract is up in September. I just read this today, 22, 23. So 22, so this would just be for 1 year. And then we need to also decide going forward what we will be doing with our munis system, our enterprise system.
Thank you.
I have a quick question on that, just to follow up. Do we have a group that's studying munis right now?
We do. We have a cross-functional team since Munis is really runs our entire district, and all departments utilize Munis. One of the things that Mr. Shears, as well as our CFO, and then some of our business intelligence is looking into Munis and the capabilities and how we can expand that and really make Munis be more efficient in our work and implement some systems and become more paperless as well, and how we can use different functions in Munis.
Thank you. Trustee Bridges?
Real quick question. Say I'm a new principal, I just come in and I'm not really fully versed on the ESDR funds in terms of how they work. Who informs me when the timetable on that runs out?
So Mr. Moore, Dr. Sorensen, as well as Dr. Sines, they meet monthly with our principals, and they have a leadership meeting, then they have a curriculum meeting. When we talk about initiatives, we always align it back to what's the expectations on the campus, but then also what's the funding source. And then when we do ESSER presentations, we share with them, here's initiatives that we're implementing, like the high impact tutor, and I'm going to use that one for a perfect example. Dr. Sorensen did a lot of groundwork with the principals. We had an RFP, we had all the tutors respond to RFP, went back and scored them, and then we actually brought our principals in, explained what each of the vendor would offer, and then we allowed our principals to pick and said, here's your choices. You can still run your own tutoring, which most of our campuses did prior to our ESSER funding, or you can pick one of these vendors that's considered high impact, and here's what they offer, here's the hours, as long as the curriculum has been already approved by Teaching and Learning. And then the principals are able to see, like, this is where the ESSER funding is going towards, and this is how long it's going to last. However, we always leave that window opened. If that initiative is not working for our students or for a principal, we're able to stop that initiative at the end of the year rather than continue it for the next 2 years. Just because we have the funding, it may not be what our students need at that time after we've implemented it.
And you may have mentioned this, and I might have missed it. At what point do we look at to see the return on our dollar?
Mm-hmm. Well, we do that constantly, but using the DM group that we're going to bring and introduce to you in October, we're really becoming more formalized with what that looks like and be able to identify measurable outcomes for our students with our initiatives and using data. We also have implemented a dashboard this school year where we're able to, at a glance, look at down to every student attendance, discipline, grades, and then we can identify which resources those students are using. Is it working or not working? And then just as a reminder, we have to adhere to House Bill 4545, which means some of our students, we have to do some of the extra tutoring and extra resources. So then we have to actually monitor those students on an individual basis as well. So we're using, what are those students using for a resource, and is it impacting their student growth? And then, of course, we'll be bringing to you our beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year map growth presentations as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I want to let trustees know we will first hear public comment, and then if we have any individual comments, we'll go ahead and make those before we go back to hear the grievance, if that's okay with everyone. At this time, we'll hear public comment addressing items on the agenda. Please let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and we will take notes, but this board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct the person to visit with staff about the issue. While the board listens to concerns of a general nature, speakers should practice normal rules of decorum. Vulgar language and profanity will not be tolerated, as this is a public meeting and our students are watching. Additionally, disruptions in the meeting will not be tolerated. We ask the audience to refrain from interrupting speakers while they present to the board during this portion of the meeting. Any employee, parent, or other member of the public is asked to comply with the appropriate grievance policy to have a complaint heard pursuant to the applicable board policy. No presentation may exceed 3 minutes. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock, which is to my right and to your left, will start. Furthermore, a speaker may not relinquish his or her time to another speaker. It's essential for us to gain public comment, as much public comment as possible. And we understand together we are stronger and build better solutions when each of us maximize public input. I ask that you please observe these rules for the purpose of effectively accomplishing the business of this meeting in a timely manner. Our first speaker is Mike C., who will be followed by Holly Plemons, who will be followed by Todd Daniel. Mr. C.
I provided some handouts to you for the evidence of what I'm about to speak of. I apologize for not having enough for everyone, so please share. Marxism is alive.
May we start the clock over, please?
Maybe I should have turned it on. Marxism is alive and well in the classroom. A superintendent should be fully against any anti-American sentiment, especially a superintendent that took the oath. In the Marxist point of view in the education system, the point is to grow political activist literacy, and it doesn't matter if the children become scholarly literate. This is where ideas like standardized testing is racist, so let's eliminate the standardized testing. That's where that comes from. Equity is a word that weaponizes empathy and ultimately delivers disruption and dismantling of every system it engages. In the public education I received, my education provided me with 2 careers totaling 42 years of work defending and keeping this country safe. There's no unmonitored teacher-sponsored libraries, no alternative content in the school library. The only personal info on any of my teachers was derived from their surname. Pure, unadulterated education was in those classrooms I attended. Lincoln, Washington, the U.S. flag were present in that classroom. The Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence was the norm. I ask you, why a teacher with clear Marxist leanings, a teacher that supports a domestic terrorist group, a group that burned down cities, small businesses, public assets, looted, and hoodwinked corporations for personal gain, a teacher that appears to indoctrinate his own young family members into homosexuality, a teacher that boasts of your students protecting him in the event of an incident in his classroom. I ask you, what is he doing to your children in the classroom? How does this even happen? Why does this teacher have a separate library in his classroom? How is this library monitored? When it's the teacher who is adding the books to the collection. With teachers like this, what is happening here all leads to a tearing down of our country. This teacher, through his actions and his words, including some on this board, are purely acting as an anarchist, a socialist, an abolitionist. This teacher desires the destruction of our capitalist system. I would not have this teacher near any child of mine, nor should you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Plemons will be followed by Todd Daniel.
Holly Plemons, mom of 3, taxpayer in Fort Worth ISD. I'm going to give you guys some praise. I don't want y'all to fall over dead, but I'm going to. Trustee Martinez, it's to you. Thank you for handling the situation that I brought to your attention. Thanks for handling the situation that the mom brought to you. I appreciate your quick action on doing that, so thank you for doing that. Cherie Washington, thank you for calling me and having that conversation with me. I appreciate that. I look forward to having more conversations with you. And then finally, Ms. Molinar, when you have been our superintendent, I have seen more working with parents than I have seen for an entire year. You have made some changes that I have brought to your attention, and they were small, but they were something that needed to be addressed, and I appreciated it. I really, truly do. I see that you're trying to work with the parents. I see you're trying to work with me, and I appreciate that. It was very refreshing, so thank you. The next thing I'm going to talk about is your hiring of Ramsay. My phone has literally not stopped since it was announced. I'm a very OCD person, and I do not keep text messages. I clean them out every single evening. I currently have over 141 unread text messages from parents and taxpayers that are so upset about what you guys have done. You took our money. You paid Hazard and Associates. They came on June 14th, and they spoke to you about what we wanted. You didn't pick it, any of it. Why'd you waste our money? Why'd you make me go to those meetings if you weren't going to do anything? And you were just going to pick the grifts that fund your pockets. Why did you waste everybody's time? It doesn't make any sense to anybody. Parents are not happy. I am getting messages every day of surveys that are being sent to their kids. It's super cute that you've changed the name of Rhythm to Daily Check-In. It's a survey. It's actually a psychological evaluation, and parents should be notified of this. I saw your memorandum that you're going to have a separate website for surveys. Super great, but you changed the name of Rhythm over to a Daily Check-In. It's not. It's a survey. It needs to go in there, but truly it's a psychological evaluation, exactly like all of the surveys are. That is so upsetting to me. It's so upsetting to parents. The super is so upsetting. You didn't listen to what the constituents that are forced to fund this school district. And so we have to listen to the 600 votes that put Dr. Rodriguez and Mr. Bridges on this board. We have to listen to the additional 52 votes that voted for the $1.5 billion. And because that's who showed up. But you guys sat up there and you talked about the people that didn't show up, and you're going to listen to.
Thank you. Mr. Daniel will be followed by Carrie Raymeyer.
Good evening. How's everybody doing tonight? 3 minutes is just glorious. I'm not used to that. I want to talk tonight about your new superintendent. I've got a copy of her contract with Midland ISD that was inked August the 1st, 2022, about a month ago. According to this, her compensation is to be $310,000. She has a lot of boilerplate stuff in this contract, but it's only a 6-page contract, including the signature page. So some of the other language, I mean, she gets the standard stuff. Y'all are going to cover insurance, or Midland covers insurance. I'm sure you will too. Transportation allowance, they gave her $1,000 a month. I mean, that's very generous. She could drive almost anything she wants for that kind of money. Liability insurance. It talks about civic activities and professional organizations and allowing them to do that. And that was one of the things that came up from Midland parents that contacted me and said that she was often too engaged with some of those other things and not present. Others said opposite. Anyway, annual performance review. Wow, 1:37 left. Basically, I'm going to give this to you guys before you go in to talk about item 6B1, which is her contract. I don't think that Fort Worth ISD should have a 12-page contract or anything more than this. I don't think you should pay her anything more than $310,000. I think you can incentivize her, and if third graders can read in 6 months, that would be great. You can pay her another $100,000, and I'll be happy. I'll be happy if third graders can read in 6 months. And I've been told that I'm supposed to be happy in 6 months. Anyway, I just don't think that, I mean, she came here ostensibly for the opportunity of a big district, all right? Not the money. So I don't think we should pay her any more than $310,000. She's come from small districts. Let's see what she can do. I'll see what else I can think of to say for 38, 37, 36. Anyway, I appreciate all you guys. I'll give you a copy of this, and I'd like you to be, I'd like our contract with our new superintendent to be pretty minimal, like this one, 6 pages, something like that. And please consider that. We don't need to overpay out of the gate. We need some results. $310,000 is a lot of money. It's fine. She can live well. $1,000 car allowance, that's plenty. Let's see how she does. 6 months. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Ms. Raymeyer will be followed by Ms. Amy Super. It will be followed by Joe Palmer.
Sorry. Good evening, Board. Well, I think you know that none of us are happy with your pick for the superintendent. It seems like you're intent on staying on the equity train and continuing with restorative practices, which is proven to not be working. I mean, I last month, or 2 weeks ago, whenever the last meeting was, I talked about what happened in Midland with the child being shot. I just, and then we have this presenter here. I'm sure he's a nice guy, but his organization is all about equity. So I guess I need to figure out how can we get a presenter up here to present the other side. My kids went to Monig, and I only know what's going on in there just from parents that still have children in there, but I just wanted to, really I want parents to know some of the absurdity that's going on there. This was actually at the very end of last year. A mom wrote me and she said, I'm hoping to get some guidance about an issue at Monig that my daughter emailed me about today. She emailed me to say that a classmate who now identifies as a they, them, and kids are required to comply with those pronouns, showed up to school today wearing a frog outfit. She said it wasn't a full-on onesie, but it was a frog with a hood that zipped over part of the face. She also had, wait for it, a homemade frog chair that was made of cardboard and painted like a frog that she carried around with her, part of her costume. So my daughter was dress coded today for wearing shorts that were too short. Never mind, she's already worn them 3 to 4 times this year. But Frog Girl was not dress coded. Instead, she was allowed to stay at school all day wearing this costume. I told my daughter I was going to email the admins at the school, but she asked that I not get involved. My issue is that this is a huge distraction to learning and definitely not permitted in the school dress code. Don't get me started on how nothing is enforced at the school. For those who are 504 ADHD like my daughter, it becomes an even bigger distraction, and we have STAR starting tomorrow. Who can I contact at the administration level, not at the school? I don't want my daughter to be named as a complainant, but I have no issue reporting this. Thanks for reading my rant. I just think it's absolutely absurd that there would be a child there in what ostensibly is like a Halloween costume or something, but that's her everyday dress, and other students have to call her a they, them. I mean, it's absolutely absurd. And I asked her what if she ended up filing a grievance, and she said no, she got her daughter transferred out of the school. Just thought I'd let parents know.
Thank you. Ms. Super will be followed by Mr. Joe Palmer, who will be followed by final speaker, Janie Ginn.
I look across this room at all of you, the trustees, district administration leadership, and I would imagine that if I were to try to add up all the degrees, advanced degrees, I couldn't do it with all of my fingers and all of my toes. Simple math. One would assume that with such a great degree of intelligence and education, that common sense might be used by all of you when it came to determining both our candidates for superintendent as well as honestly evaluating our school's grading analysis. Your actions have not reflected what your academic pedigrees tell us we should have been provided. Disappointing. You told us you wanted the best, right? We decided on that. Everyone decided on that. We paid a good sum of money to a firm to assist us in screening the potential candidates, getting input from the community, and what I heard at every meeting I went to and in every conversation I read, top of the list for everyone, just increasing the outcome of students, increasing the number of students who were able to read and complete math at or above grade level. Is that what we got? Nope. I realize that most of you consider the very word meritocracy as a four-letter word, but it's not. Selecting a leader based on their ability, not on their potential ability, or the fact that they should be given an opportunity based on anything other than their proven experience is using a lens of risk to make your decision. Our students and our community will bear the brunt of this exceptionally risky decision. We did not elect you to place our students at risk, but that's exactly what you've done, okay? A few numbers, since we're talking about math. Fort Worth ISD, 134 to 139 schools. Previous school she was super of, 39 schools, almost 100 left schools. Fort Worth ISD, between 75 and 77,000 students. MISD, 25.5, okay? Fort Worth ISD, we have at-risk students, 70.6%. MISD, only 56%. Students enrolled as bilingual, 34.8% in Fort Worth ISD, only 13.9% in MISD when they have almost exactly the same percentage of Hispanic students. Economically disadvantaged, Fort Worth ISD, 85.5%, MISD only 50.63%. That's not a fair comparison. You didn't choose a candidate that had similar experience, and her only other ISD experience is from an even smaller ISD. What the heck are you guys thinking about? Maybe because you guys decided to go with risk. You chose a candidate not based on proven record of improved student outcomes in an urban district similar to ours. Instead, you just went ahead and chose to cast aside the integrity we trusted you with, and you went with a candidate who fills all the points of intersectionality that you have grown to believe to be your primary goal to promote, when that is not what we elected you to base your decisions on. Not surprised, you proudly promote a grading system that we all know is a little bit skewed when you drop the last 35 schools and they don't get rated. Thank you, Commissioner Math, for that, or Commissioner Math for that. But shame on you for promoting it.
Thank you. Mr. Joe Palmer will be followed by Janie Ginn.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Joe Palmer, District 5. Real quickly on the contract, I overheard something that Todd was talking about. Item 7, this is the Midland contract. This is not the contract that you're going to use presumably, but item 7 talks about annual performance review. There's nothing in here about performance-based pay, and I would like to see something like that in the contract. You have to have something measurable by which to judge the superintendent and motivate the employee to perform well and to bring our students up to level. In other words, 2/3 of the students that are below reading level, we need to bring those up. And pay her more, by all means, if she reaches those numbers. I'd also like to talk about the legislative agenda of the school district. Ironically, just a few minutes ago, the State Senate Committee on Local Government began taking testimony on taxpayer-funded lobbying. I think we all agree with the gentleman representing Raise Your Hand, Texas, when he says we recommend engaging the community as early as possible on forming the legislative agenda. Don't go to Austin, just call. This is the most influential taxing entity in the county. You don't need to drive down there and bill the taxpayer. You don't need to be reimbursed for travel. You don't need a hotel down there. If you call Kelly Hancock, you call those guys, you're going to get their attention. If you do really feel like you need to go down there and testify or talk to them in their office, just send one person and then come back that same night. Don't get a hotel. Live and act according to the standards that people in the private sector are having to adjust to right now. The reason I want to talk on this is it's very important because my observation is that the political landscape as it relates to school districts and your policies is that it's becoming increasingly antagonistic between the school district and the people and the parents. You're suing the governor. You've set up an adversarial relationship and an atmosphere in Austin where I don't know what your odds are going to be when you go down there and ask for things. The governor has supreme authority over legislation. He can veto anything that has your name on or stinks about it in any way. He can veto it. And you've created that atmosphere, and so, keep that in mind. I really don't want you to advocate on policies that are against what I want. If you do that, I'd like you to make it public. The state constitution says that all political power is inherent in the people, and all free governments are founded on their authority and instituted for their benefit. The school districts are political subdivisions of the state. The state created this. The state can eliminate, obliterate this school district like that. So just adhere to state law. If you don't want to operate a school district underneath state law, then you should not have run. You shouldn't be here. Talk to them collegially, but I don't want you spending one penny on lobbying the legislature for policies I don't agree with. Thank you.
Thank you. Janie Ginn is our final speaker.
Good evening, Board. I'm coming tonight to say thank you. I want to say thank you to the Board for re-electing Toby Jackson as president, and for Mr. Phillips, Ms. Martinez, and Ms. Evans accepting jobs of leadership on the board. I think it was a very wise decision of the board to continue with that leadership since you were in the midst of finding the new superintendent. I've been regularly coming to these board meetings for many years. This is the third superintendent search that I've been observant of and gone to the meetings, the pyramid meetings, the small group meetings on what people wanted. There was one thing that I heard, and I want to congratulate you on this election. I'm looking forward to Dr. Ramsay coming, because she said one of the things that, I've been reading her interviews and all, one of the things that she said was she wants to get to know everybody in the community. She wants to visit the schools, and this is primary importance, to speak with teachers to see what kind of support they need. And at all meetings that I've ever been at, when we were looking for a superintendent, it came down that used to be teachers, principals would go to central administrators to ask for help when they needed it. And in the most recent years, it's been everything comes down from above. And no offense, but they're not in the classroom. They're not dealing with these kids. The teachers are the experts. And so I was very thrilled to hear her say that, and that she's going to spend her first 100 days getting to know people, visiting in the schools. That was one thing I asked the last superintendent to do, but it really didn't happen. So, and she said that she listens more than she speaks, which tells me she's coming with an open mind to work with us to see the things that'll fit best here. So I just want to say congratulations on that. I look forward to her coming. I hope that she'll get good support from the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ginn. And thanks to each of you for speaking this evening. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. At this time, 6:49 p.m., the date is Tuesday, September 13th, 2022. We will now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under sections. Oh, I'm sorry. We are going to do board comment. Dr. Rodriguez, did you want to start?
Yes, thank you. It is my understanding that the 2021 CIP project manager was awarded to the sole firm that submitted a bid. I find that hard to believe that out of that only one company applied to oversee an over $1 billion bond project. So, excuse me, is it possible to post another RFP to provide complete transparency for our stakeholders? And Mr. Castillo, if you can look at the contract and let us know where we stand or what can be done.
Yes, Madam Board President, members of the board, thank you for the comments. What we can do, if it's okay with the board president, we can put this item on the agenda for the next meeting so we could have a thorough discussion on it, and I could work with your administration's council to see what options we have to follow that direction that we just got from Dr. Rodriguez.
Okay, if it's okay with the rest of the board. And finally, I just want to thank Mrs. Molinar. It is refreshing to have a superintendent that knows the answers.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Trustee Luebanos.
Thank you, President Jackson. We had some pictures coming up on the screens. Those are pictures that Josh De Leon and I think you're on some of these pictures. We did a voter registration 2018, 2019 at South Hills High School. And that's coming up. Our National Voter Registration Day is September 20th, 2022. I am encouraging all stakeholders, most especially students, to join the country in celebrating democracy by registering to vote and help promote National Registration Day. Every forward ISD high school is doing some kind of special event or activity to promote voter registration. I am urging forward ISD high schools to think outside the box and organize creative voter registration events prior to September 20th. The Texas Education Code mandates that the state high school principals serve as deputy registrars in the county where their schools is located. Twice a year, a high school deputy registrar may distribute a voter registration application to each student who is or will be 18 years old or older on election day. The deadline for eligible Texans to register for the November 8 general, special, and midterm elections is October 11, 2022. Please visit votetexas.gov to find out what is required to vote, where to vote, what's on the ballot, and much more information. Information is also available in Spanish. So I am encouraging everybody. We have a few more weeks before September 20th. And the last day to register, I believe, is October 8th, to be able to be eligible to vote on the November 8th election. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Luebanos. Trustee Evans.
As we near the end of the first 6 weeks, we kind of have a feel of the rhythm of the year. And I just wanted to take this moment to say thank you to the principals and teachers. Everyone I talk to is just really leaning into the work of this year, and that is student achievement. You know, the elementary teachers, it's all about reading. The secondary teachers, it's all about content and elevating that. And so I'm just so thankful as I go around different schools as we're in this rhythm. I'm really excited for this year, and it's because of our strong principals and teachers.
Thank you, Trustee Evans. Trustee Dar.
Thank you, President Jackson. I just want to thank Wedgwood Middle School, Pascal High School, South Hills High School, and Hazel Harvey Peace Elementary School for welcoming me at Open House. It was really nice to be able to interact with parents, with teachers, with students, and to engage in the positivity that is happening on our campuses. The teachers are genuinely happy to see the students and have them back in class, and it was great to enjoy the delight of the parents and the students on this evening. So thank you, and I will be at Lily B very soon too for their math night. I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dar. Trustee Martinez.
I want to give a thank you to Fort Worth ISD safety and security team, as well as the Fort Worth Police Department. There have been actually a couple of incidents between the end of last year and beginning of this year where they have really collaborated to ensure the safety of our staff, of our students, of our campus community. So I want to thank them for that collaboration. I want to thank them for being proactive. I also want to thank the community. I remember at the presentation on safety, Karen Molinar actually said that, safety is all of our responsibility. And I want to thank the community for really taking that to heart and reporting things that they see that are posted on social media or that their kids hear, and reporting them immediately and giving our team and Fort Worth PD an opportunity to work hard to ensure that our kids and our staff remain safe on campus. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Martinez. And at this time, 6:56 p.m., the date is September 13th, 2022. We will now recess, reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code and Chapters 551, 071, 2, 4, and 6. In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:30 PM with quorum present, recessed and reconvened open session, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvened open session at 8:49 PM with a quorum present. Let's move to action item A, the level 3 grievance of Dr. Kimberly Jenkins, which requires meeting in closed session. So the time is remaining at 8:49 PM, and we will move to closed session. The time is 11:09 p.m. and we're reconvening in open session. Do I have a motion concerning the grievance of Dr. Kimberly Jenkins? There is no motion at this time. The Fort Worth Independent School District Board of Trustees will take no action. The time is now 11:50 p.m. and we are adjourned.